Good morning. We're going to get started. I know this is the toughest part. I see so many great conversations happening. But we have a very full day for you. So when you have a chance, please wrap up your conversation and join us. Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 Center for Digital Health Annual Symposium. We are thrilled to see you here. There has been a lot of work, a lot of preparation, a lot of care in creating this day for you. It's wonderful to see such a dynamic group of supporters, partners, colleagues, old friends, new friends. We're all gathered here to push the boundaries of what's possible in digital health. Kick things off, I have the honor of introducing a leader in digital health, someone who has not only redefined this center with an ambitious, energetic new vision, but who has shaped the broader landscape of digital health research and innovation. Dr. Lenny Linos is the director of the Stanford Center for Digital Health, an associate dean for research at the Stanford School of Medicine, and the Ben and Davenport Lucy Jung Professor of Medicine, as well as a professor of epidemiology and population health. Her work sits at the intersection of clinical medicine, research, and innovative health solutions that improve lives. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Lenny Linos to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Michael, and thank you all of you for being here this morning. And for joining us at our first Center for Digital Health 2024 Annual Symposium. It's a huge pleasure to welcome you all here, and thank you in particular to the incredible lineup of speakers who have flown from across the world and across the country to join us today to talk about a wide variety of digital health topics. Digital health, as many of you know, is not just about optimizing the health of patients here and now, but it's also about redefining how we approach healthcare in the future. It's a deeply interdisciplinary field, and today's program reflects that beautifully. Today, we're featuring speakers from diverse medical specialties, broad academic domains, including the social sciences, computer science, as well as from the tech industry and nonprofit organizations. And this range of perspectives allows us to tackle the challenges of digital health from every angle. At the heart of digital health is this concept of integration. And in this field, we not only benefit, but we rely on each other's different perspectives. The rapid pace of technological change in healthcare is such that no single individual, no single organization or sector can address these complexities alone. And our work thrives when we work together, drawing on the strengths of our varied expertise. So today's event is an ideal platform for fostering this interdisciplinary spirit. And we're fortunate to have an incredible group of attendees with us today representing each of these sectors, the private sector, academia, clinical practice. So throughout the day, you'll hear about pioneering research, novel applications. We have an incredible lineup of keynote speakers, including Dr. Nicholas Christakis, talking about social artificial intelligence, Dr. Kirsten Bibbins-Domingo, talking about AI in medical publishing, and Erica Chung, the Theranos whistleblower, talking about ensuring integrity in digital health solutions. So as we learn from these insightful speakers, I encourage you to think about how their advice might translate into actionable solutions. Each presentation today reflects a step towards the shared goal of making healthcare more personalized, more efficient, and more accessible for everyone. Today is also an opportunity to build connections across these sectors and disciplines. So I would encourage all of you to take full advantage of the breaks and lunch times that we have intentionally placed for you to engage in conversations with those around you during the symposium. Whether you're here representing academia, healthcare, or nonprofit organizations, your voice is vital to the success of this field. So we have a great deal to learn from each other's experiences and perspectives. So before we dive into today's discussions, I just want to express my personal gratitude for the hard work that went into planning today's event, from the organizers to the speakers, as well as all of our supporters who have made this possible. Thank you so much for all of your help today. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce an incredible leader here at Stanford who will also share his welcome remarks. David Entwistle. David Entwistle is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Stanford Healthcare. David has been an incredible supporter of our center since the very beginning, and we're so grateful you're here today. Joining in July 2016, David brought a wealth of executive experience from leading academic medical centers and is a passionate advocate for precision health, focusing on personalized treatment and preventive care to empower patients. As a recognized thought leader in healthcare, he serves on several influential boards, including the American Hospital Association and the ACGME. David's commitment to advancing healthcare extends beyond Stanford, having previously chaired the Utah Hospital Association and served on the Utah Medicaid Task Force. David, thank you so much for being here today.
Well, it is truly remarkable to be here with you today, and I have no doubt there will be an incredible amount of learning that goes on, primarily myself, because I get so excited about what this work is and doing. So welcome. I also want to follow on Dr. Linus's comments and thank her for orchestrating, connecting, bringing together this incredible program. Just being able to meet a few of you this morning, it's amazing the wealth of experience that we have here in the room and what we'll be able to learn from each other's. But we know the great group that also is behind the scenes making it all happen. I want to thank them as well because there's an incredible amount of work that goes into that. I know that we have a number of supporters. Saw Dr. Ashley, I know the Department of Medicine is a supporter, School of Medicine, and then there's an incredible wealth of those of you who have been supporting behind the scenes as well, and we thank you for all of that support as well. So the hard part about giving a CEO a mic is that we take a lot of time, but I've been told I have 5 minutes, so I'll be short in that piece. Let me just talk a little bit about some of what we are doing, and I think some of the things that we're excited about. If you think about digital health, where we're headed, where we have the opportunities to be, and how this can fundamentally change some of the care that we're providing in a good way. However, that's got to be thoughtfully and carefully done in terms of the way that we're approaching that and the work that we're doing. I will tell you then, one of the reasons that I came here, and I did spend about a decade as the CEO, among other academic organizations across the country at Utah, but have been here for about 8 years, and part of the reason that I looked at coming to Stanford was really the transformation that digital health has on biomedicine, but more importantly, where that we have the application of this technology in our field. Think about it, we are a very labor-intensive, but also data-rich industry that hasn't been using that information and knowledge in the best ways. And we had such opportunity, and the reason I looked at this job is I'm like, what better place to be in the middle of Silicon Valley? Wouldn't this be the core? This would be where that we'd be able to see that. And I have to tell you, that has not disappointed. And there's so many applications of this technology, but more importantly, some of the incredible scientists and researchers that are here. In fact, so much so that when I came, in fact, you're going to hear a little bit later from our Dean of the School of Medicine, Lloyd Minor, who has been a great partner in this process. We actually developed an integrated strategic plan. Now, it's not always common to pull together the academic schools and the clinical enterprise, the hospitals, to say, let's plan together. And this actually, we were fairly unique in the modeling and called it the Integrated Strategic Plan. Okay, we thought it was cool. It has a cool acronym, ISP. So the reason I bring that up, though, is one of the 3 pillars that we have in that is actually being digitally driven. Now you'd think, of course you're in Silicon Valley, of course you're Stanford, of course you'd be digitally driven. I have to say that was a little bit of a stretch for us to think through that, because as we thought about the amazing science, academics, and everything that goes into that, do we really want to say digitally driven? Well, the nice part about that is the infrastructure that we built and developed as a result of that. Surprisingly, before COVID, we were doing about 2,000 telehealth visits a month. You'd think here we were like on par with this. In fact, probably maybe less than 10% of our faculty were probably doing digital health visits. Now, COVID obviously changed that. We became more digital. In fact, at some point during that, we had 72% of all our faculty doing digital health visits because of the challenges. But today we have over from 2,000 a month to today 60,000 a month. And I'm looking at our Chief Medical Information Officer who's going a little bit higher, but he's saying, but think about the change that that's made in our technology and our application of that. Now, what do patients say? Do you think they like that better? In fact, 3 out of 4 of our patients say they'd rather have a telehealth visit than they would to be in person. Now imagine that. We make parking and wayfinding so easy to come see us at academic medical centers. Oh, you laugh. No? The challenge is how do we make sure we're applying the technology in such a way that actually we have those pieces left? And so I'm excited about today and that opportunity that we have to see where this technology will apply. We have to do that thoughtfully, though, in a way that actually will have meaningful purpose. And we get a lot of requests, a lot of different technologies for the ability to be able to have these new technologies applied in our environment. We have very thoughtfully looked at and applying those in such a way that, in fact, they will make a difference in our patients, in our clinicians, and for the better outcomes of all that we're doing. And so we're excited about where this is. So I look forward to learning today, having an application of being able to see more of what we're doing together, and want to end where I began and say thank you for joining us today. You will make this a much more fulfilling a day for us to be able to learn from you.
Thank you so much, David. We had hoped that Ruth O'Hara would be here to share remarks, but unfortunately she is unable to join us, but we will hear from her later this afternoon at the Global Health panel discussion. We are so fortunate to have the strong support from Stanford's leadership in driving digital health innovation and research. Dean Lloyd Minor, a distinguished scientist, surgeon, and academic leader, has been instrumental in shaping this vision. He serves as the Carl and Elizabeth Naumann Dean of the Stanford School of Medicine and Vice President for Medical Affairs at Stanford University. In addition, Dr. Minor is a professor of otolaryngology, head and neck surgery, as well as a professor of bioengineering and neurobiology. While he couldn't be with us today because of his travel schedule, he did record a message for us, and in this video, he will share his insights on the vital role of digital health in transforming patient care, advancing medical research, and the unique opportunity we have to make an impact here at Stanford. Let's take a moment to hear from Dean Minor.
Hello, I'm Lloyd Minor, Dean of the School of Medicine and Vice President for Medical Affairs at Stanford University. In so many ways, digital healthcare is healthcare. Technology is thoroughly embedded in nearly everything we do, from electronic health records and patient portals to the simplest of digital peripherals and advanced imaging like MRIs. It's difficult to remember a time when these technologies were not a part of the healthcare landscape. Even so, emerging technologies such as generative AI promise to transform patient care, medical education, and biomedical research in profound ways. Our responsibility then is to figure out how to do this equitably and safely. How do we ensure privacy while leveraging these storehouses of data for research? How do we make sure high-tech advances are enjoyed by the many, not just those who can afford it? It's imperative that we spend as much time exploring the challenges associated with deploying digital health as we do on developing and perfecting the technologies themselves. That is no easy task. But I suspect if you're joining this symposium, then you recognize the truth and urgency of what I'm saying. The Stanford Center for Digital Health certainly does. It leverages the power of technology and innovation to advance, implement, and promote cutting-edge digital solutions to improve health worldwide. They do so by acting strategically, bringing together experts and thinkers from across Stanford, Silicon Valley, and the world to solve some of our most pressing problems in population health. They are leading the research, fostering the partnerships, and catalyzing collaborations with a diverse group of stakeholders. In its capacity as a convener, the Center for Digital Health is improving human health through technology. Events like today's are important because they enable experts from academia, industry, policy, and philanthropy to share insights and ideas and work toward a common goal. I want to express my appreciation to Dr. Eleni Linos, whose dynamic leadership of the center has been energizing. She and her team have arranged an exciting program for you with a truly impressive lineup of speakers. I hope you find the discussions inspiring and leave with a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you.
Okay, so I am thrilled next to introduce our first keynote speaker, Nicholas Christakis. Nicholas joins us from Yale University, where he serves as the director of the Human Nature Lab and Sterling Professor of Social and Natural Science. Dr. Christakis' research explores the factors influencing the formation of social networks and how these networks, in turn, shape humans' thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, including health behaviors. He has authored over 220 scientific articles and several influential books, including the New York Times bestseller Blueprint, The Evolutionary Origins of a Good Society. His interdisciplinary work spans the fields including sociology, epidemiology, evolutionary biology, and computer science, and brings critical insights to the power of social artificial intelligence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Nicholas Christakis.
Thanks, Eleni. Thank you very much for having me. Let me just, we had a little technical glitch. All right, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about an aspect of artificial intelligence that may not be foremost on your minds, but I think is very deep and fundamental. Because human beings are embedded in social networks, and these networks obey very particular mathematical, biological, psychological, and sociological rules. And understanding these rules gives us new tools and new insights in ways we can intervene in human social interactions to make the world better. And artificial intelligence technologies are going to be exactly that kind of intervention. Now, what's happening is that increasingly we are adding forms of artificial intelligence or AI agents in the form, for example, of online bots or physical robots among us. And they interact with us on a level playing field with certain human-like properties. And these are going to range from driverless cars on the road, to checkout machines in stores, to humanoid companion robots in homes, to autonomous agents such as online bots or digital AI assistants that act in our phones or in our eyeglasses even. And this will give rise to what we are calling hybrid systems of humans and machines. And these systems offer new opportunities for a new kind of social artificial intelligence. Let me give you a toy example. So when you bring a digital assistant like an Alexa into your house, the manufacturer of that device is very interested in the human-machine interaction. For example, the manufacturer would never make the device require absurd levels of politeness. You wouldn't have to say, "Excuse me, Alexa, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. If you don't mind, would you please tell me the weather tomorrow?" That would be ridiculous. You would never buy such a machine. And you expect to be able to say, "Alexa, weather," and it obediently responds. And that's fine until you bring that machine into your house and your children speak to that machine and they learn to be rude. And then they go to the playground and they are rude to other children. So the introduction of this machine into our midst is changing not just the human-machine interaction, but the human-human interaction in the presence of machines. And that's the kind of topic that my laboratory is focused on. We can use an understanding of social network structure and function to assess the uses and impact of social AI within and upon human groups. Now let me give you some examples. Oh, where's my slide up earlier? There we go. So here's our first experiment with hybrid systems, which we published in 2017. We explored the performance of human groups engaged in a collective coordination task. And here we borrowed some ideas from computer science with something known as the graph coloring problem. The graph coloring problem is a classic problem. If you look at the little cartoons in the upper part of the graphic here, they're networks. What we do here is we make this network. It's a real structure. And every dot is a person, and every line is a relationship. And we do experiments. Here there were 4,000 people dropped into 230 groups. Every dot is a person, and we drop you into this network, and we tell you you have to pick a color, orange, pink, or purple. And this group has to work together to color the graph. You all have to pick colors dissimilar from your neighbors. If and only if you all work together and succeed in coloring the graph such that each of you have a color dissimilar from your neighbor, you'll be paid. Otherwise, the group gets nothing. So you're dropped into this network, you look at the colors of your neighbors. For example, the node at 10 o'clock, the pink node, is connected to another pink node and to an orange node. And that node at 10 o'clock, if they switch to purple, will eliminate the conflict with the other pink node. So the red ties here indicate adjoining nodes that have the same color and are in conflict, and the other ties are just background ties that exist. The ties are fixed. They don't evolve across time. So the people look at their neighbors, and they start picking dissimilar colors. Every second or 2 seconds, they switch. Switch. They're all picking colors, trying to, with the local information they don't have a global perspective, minimize the conflicts in their environment. So the most rational thing for each individual to do is to look around and simply say, okay, well, I have 1 conflict with purple and 2 conflicts with orange. I'm going to switch to purple because that minimizes the conflicts or whatever. So here you can see in the upper right, let me see if my thing works here. Yep, it does. I don't know if you can see it. So this node here, for example, should switch to purple, and then that'll solve the problem. In the bottom here, this game is played over 5 minutes. So the x-axis is time in seconds, and the y-axis is the objective function here, which is the number of color conflicts. And at the beginning, there are 12 red connections, 12 adjoining nodes that are in conflict, and so that's the number of conflicts shown in the orange dot. And time goes by, and by 105 seconds, everyone has picked a color that has minimum conflicts with their neighbors, except these 2 guys in the middle, the 2 orange dots, which are in conflict with each other, but now they are stuck, because neither node can make a move that reduces the number of conflicts. Either of them switches colors, they will increase the number of conflicts locally, here at 105 seconds. And the purple little bars in the histogram show unresolvable conflict. So that's an unresolvable conflict. One of those guys has to make a counterintuitive move. They have to make a choice that seemingly is bad, that increases the number of color conflicts locally, which they do, such that by the end, at 245 seconds, there's resolution of the problem, and the people have successfully colored the graph. Now, what we did in this situation here is we said, because we were sneaky, is we replaced some of the humans with bots. And we endowed the bots with very simple forms of artificial intelligence to ask the question, could we do this in a way that made the groups capable of more rapidly and effectively working together? Could we facilitate coordination through the addition of forms of artificial intelligence to this human collective? And in fact, what we did is we added 3 bots, and we varied 2 axes in this experiment. This paper was published in Nature in 2017. We varied 2 fundamental axes in this experiment. One axis we varied was shown on the rows, which is where the bots were positioned in the network. Were the 3 bots randomly positioned? Were they positioned in the center of the network? Or were they positioned in the periphery of the network? And the other axis we varied is shown in the columns, which is, well, how noisy were the bots? The 0% bots, every second and a half, they looked at their neighbors, and they just strictly picked the color that had the fewest conflicts with their neighbors. The 10% noise bots did that, except 10% of the time they made a crazy Ivan move. They just picked a random color. Or 30% of the time they made a crazy move and they picked a random color. And then in each little graphic shows the outcome at the group level in this situation. These are survival curves. On the x-axis is time once again, and on the y-axis is the probability that the group has not solved the coordination game. At the beginning, 100% of the groups have not solved it. And in orange, we show the performance of the human-only groups. That's the control. And as you can see across time, here pointing on this image, you can see across time, slowly the groups solve the game so that by the end, at 5 minutes, maybe, I don't know, 60% of the groups have successfully solved the game. And what we found is that if we add 10% noise bots to the middle of the network, we can improve the performance of these human groups, such that 85% of the groups can solve the game, shown by the purple line in the middle picture in this graphic. And in fact, we found that bots with 10% behavioral noise and located in the center could accelerate the solution time from 232 seconds to 103 seconds, doubling the speed at which the humans could solve this problem. And we also found that perfect bots that made no errors and overly noisy bots were both unhelpful. In fact, could make the situation worse compared to human groups. And crucially, in this experiment, we found that the humans themselves learned to play better by having bots among them, and not just among those humans directly connected to the bots. So what's happening here is not just that the specific humans connected to the bots in the system are playing a little bit better. Even humans further away in the network, unconnected to the bots, change their gameplay and improve the performance of the whole system as a result. What's happening here is the bots help the humans to help themselves. Now let me further fix ideas regarding this collective challenge and how the bots help by cultivating this analogy. Imagine you have a plain and hills and a mountain. And I take a group of 4 of you and I drop you at a random point on this plain and I handcuff you together so you're each facing in a cardinal direction and I blindfold you. And I tell you, find the highest mountain. So after a while, you talk to each other. You say, OK, here's what we're going to do. We're each going to take a step in our direction, and we're going to report back to the team which way is up. So north says it's uphill from here, and south says it's downhill from here, and east and west say it's lateral from here. And so you guys say, OK, let's all take a step to the north. You're blindfolded, 4 of you, and you hopscotch north 1 step, and you repeat the exercise, and you hopscotch each and north and so on, until you all report it's downhill from here. Have you found the highest mountain? No. What have you done? You have simply found the nearest hill. Will you ever find the highest mountain? No. You will be stuck. You will be locally optimized, but globally sub-optimized. And in fact, the only way you will ever find the highest mountain is if you allow yourselves to make some mistakes, a little noise, and occasionally take a downhill step. And then occasionally you'll take a sufficiently long sequence of, quote, erroneous steps that you find yourself back on the plane, re-exploring this landscape, and then keep climbing these hills until you reach the highest mountain, which, for various reasons, is a so-called receiving state. You will tend to stay at the highest mountain and simply oscillate at the top of this globally optimal solution. So in our work, what we've been doing is exploring this kind of simple programming, what we call dumb AI, that's inserted into social systems. And one of the advantages of exploring dumb AI, and I'll come to smarter AI like LLMs and so on, is that it's very tractable. We understand what we are doing, and you can actually take the learnings from these experiments and teach humans how to behave like the agents that you have programmed and found are advantageous. Here's another example of a different kind of simple AI bot that works to autonomously rewire social ties so as to enhance a cooperation. And this experiment was just published now 4 years ago. Here, what the bots are doing is they're manipulating connections. And my visual image of this is like from The Matrix, when all the naked humans were in those like glass pods and this like robotic entity was like tending all the humans. Here, the idea is that you have these bots that are immersed in our midst, and they're just with a very light touch brokering introductions in a way that optimizes the ability here of this group not to coordinate, but rather to cooperate to find a solution. Now, cooperation in human groups is challenging, and various mechanisms are required to maintain human cooperation. And there's a class of experiments that involves dropping humans into network groups and asking them to play a kind of public goods game, a so-called public goods game with their neighbors, where you're asked to, let's say, take $1, and if you give it to your neighbors, it's multiplied. Let's say they get $2. I'm sorry, the whole group now gets $2. It's divided among your neighbors. You get back a fraction of the dollar you gave, but the whole group is better off because your dollar has been doubled. Or another example of a sort of tragedy that commons public good thing is when you all were in high school, remember the teacher said, okay, you 4 are working on the science project on like acid-base balance. And the 3 of you are really lazy and you're not working. And Harvey, he's doing all the work. And so now Harvey has 2 choices. Either he has to carry you guys and do all the work and you all get an A, and you guys have been lazy and he's done the work, which doesn't feel fair to him, or he has to switch to defection and you all get Fs. So both things suck. Both of Harvey's options are not appealing options. And in fact, what happens in these types of systems ordinarily is you put people in a network in the upper part of this image. The nice cooperative people are blue. The mean exploitative defectors are red. And what happens by the end is people don't like being exploited by their neighbors. And so everyone switches to defection. And you have the elimination of cooperation in this social system so that everyone turns red by the end, except maybe those little blue guys at the edge of the, keeping civilization alive on the perimeter of this social network. But what we wanted to know is could we actually improve the situation by adding bots? And we performed experiments involving over 1,000 subjects in 64 networks that were playing such a public good game. And we showed that cooperation could not only be stabilized, but even promoted when the bots, acting just with local knowledge, they don't need to have an omniscient global perspective on the system, just looking at the people around them, brokered some introductions, said, maybe you guys should cut your connection. Maybe you guys should form your connection. A little kind of brokerage bot. And to my knowledge, this is the first social intervention ever invented that not just stabilized, but increased human cooperation in a system, something that is actually extremely difficult to do. Subsequent experiments by DeepMind, carrying forward this research paradigm, have confirmed our results and actually extended them in interesting ways. Now, in another recent experiment, which is a bit more complicated, and I'm only going to hit some of the highlights, we explored, and this paper was just published in 2024, we explored how bots might affect group creativity. Now, innovation is challenging, and theory and experiments document that groups may be better able to identify and preserve innovations than individuals. So, for example, if you were each trying to design a fish hook, if you were all working alone, you would probably not be very good at designing a fish hook. But if you could feed off the ideas of other people that were innovating, and if the group were big enough, there might be a genius among you who could design a perfect fish hook, and then all of you would copy that genius, and now that fish hook would become a worldwide standard. By the way, fish hooks have only been invented a handful of times in the history of human beings, but their advantages were so obvious that as soon as they were invented, they disseminated widely across time and space in our population. So what we did in this experiment is we created an art, again borrowing some ideas from computer science, we created a so-called fitness landscape. We used the word-to-vec corpus, which looks at the similarity of words based on how often they co-occur on websites. For example, dog and cat occur very frequently together, dog and desk not so often, dog and fratricide even less often. You can look at the similarity of words according to their co-appearance. We took these 20,000 words, the nouns, as a proxy for ideas. They're located in a 300-dimensional vector space. And so you could map how close the words are using cosine similarity, like how close these words are in this 300-dimensional space. And then what we did is we picked one noun arbitrarily and we gave it 20,000 points. We said this is the most valuable idea. And all the nouns falling away from it in this vector space were given declining point values. And we asked the human beings, work together to find the noun, the best idea, the noun with the highest point value. And so they're dropped into this network, and then, because we're sneaky, we added a couple of bots which were programmed to act in certain ways to see could these bots enhance the creative performance, the innovative ability of this human system. So the bots are shown in the little pink, the little yellow squares, and then you can see who they're connected to is shown with the red lines. There's a cluster on the right there that has rat, dog, cat, and desk. Desk is obviously the odd man out there. The other words are very similar. And then on the upper right, I show you, and what the bots do is they're like reciprocating bots. They take an idea from this part of the network and simply transmit it in the background to a far region. So if a group of people gets stuck in their echo chamber and are all thinking alike, how you can break that lock by giving them a new idea coming from some other part of the network. In the upper right there, we show the performance of a single person working on their own, exploring the fitness landscape. So this person, for their first guess, is bit. And then on the x-axis is the rounds of the game. This is a repeated game. And on the y-axis is how similar is their guess with the target noun, which is unknown to them. They guess bit. It's not so similar. Oh, and the target noun here is fratricide. So they're trying to guess the word fratricide. They guess bit and then birth. Birth is closer to fratricide. You can see why. That goes up. Then they guess money. And they're guessing. And over the course of the rounds, they're no better. They don't perform any better by the end. You can see they're no closer. In the bottom, we put the people in a group with no bots, and we show that a group we reproduce the famous result that groups are better able to be creative than solo individuals. And we show that as the group is learning from other guesses being made by other people, slowly this person is getting better and better. So you can see some of their guesses become, they start with a guess dog, and then shield, and eventually they get to soldier, which is really close to fratricide, and so on. And so then what we did is we added bots. And we programmed these bots with 3 strategies. They could either share with the other bot a random noun generated by their immediate neighbors, or a noun most similar among those identified by their neighbors. So like they look and they say, OK, what's the sense of the group here? Dog, cat, rat, desk. I'm going to pick one of the animal guesses, right? Or the most dissimilar noun, dog, cat, rat, desk. I'm going to pick desk and transmit it to the other part of the network. And this slide shows the average performance of these groups across x-axis is rounds, y-axis is the mean cosine similarity with the target noun. The yellow line shows the solo group, reproducing now what I just told you, low performance. They're not getting better across time. The black line shows no bot. That black line is higher than showing you that groups of people outperform. And the red line shows what happens when you add a bot that is transmitting the most similar guess. In other words, it's capturing the sense of wisdom of this group of people, saying, OK, they're guessing this kind of thing. Let's send that. These people think this is the right solution. Let's send it to this other group, and vice versa. And that cross-fertilizes and improves human performance. Now, I won't go into it, but we also then did some sneaky things, which is we deformed the fitness landscape. We added decoy peaks, and those are shown in this 2-dimensional schematic in the bottom, and we looked at how the bots enhance the ability of humans to perform even in more challenging circumstances when there wasn't just one peak, but there was also a sneaky decoy that was trying to distract the humans from their true target. In sum, simple AI agents with interpretable behavior can enhance the capacity for creative discovery in human groups by sharing ideas around which there is local consensus in one part of the group with people in a distant part of the group. Now, we've also, in my laboratory, begun to experiment with physical systems. And we've been adding humanoid and non-humanoid robots endowed with simple artificial intelligence to face-to-face groups of humans, and showed how they can make it easier for groups of humans to work together by helping them to overcome friction or an inability to cooperate in their interactions. Just to give you another example of this, imagine, so right now we're primarily human-driven only cars on the highways. And eventually we're going to clearly get to autonomous-only driven cars on the highways. And these cars will interact with each other by Bluetooth, and we're going to get laminar flow of cars on the highways, yoked together locally and even globally, and you very smooth drives on the highways like a science fiction movie. But between now and then, we're going to have a hybrid system of humans and machines. But the manufacturer of these vehicles are interested in your experience in the vehicle. So when they sell you the car, they say, this car has a very smooth ride, no unnecessary accelerations or decelerations, plus it's endowed with an ethics chip, so it'll run over the little old lady and spare your life instead of veering off and crashing into the highway, because that's what you want. If I said, occasionally this car is going to decide to kill you to save someone else's life, you're like, I don't want to buy that car. I'll buy the other car that's not having endowed with that ethics chip. So it's optimized for what you want, which is fine, but now you put this car on a highway, and the humans who are behind the car, the human-driven cars, are lulled into a false sense of security. And now the autonomous vehicle leaves the highway, and you might increase human-human collisions depending on the programming of the autonomous vehicle. So the group of people as a whole gets worse, even though the individuals are doing better within their vehicles. Again, a human-human interaction in the presence of machines. And if you think this isn't going to change healthcare, think again, because, for example, think about your experience when you were at the CVS checkout, and you can either go to a human clerk or a machine to check out your stuff, and think about the performance of the humans who are now competing against a machine. Maybe they'll become more polite to try to show you that you should use a human instead of a machine, or maybe their performance will degrade. So as we add forms of AI into medical systems, how will doctors interact with each other or with patients? Will they be snappier with patients because they expect a very obedient response, and so on? Let me show you some experiments that we've done in this regard. In one experiment, we examined how the actions of humanoid social robots could influence human-human communication and not just robot-human communication. And here we use groups of 3 humans and 1 robot playing 30 rounds of a collaborative game that we made up that involved, what we did is this paper was published in 2020 in PNAS. We had a little humanoid robot, and we gave the robot and the 3 humans tablets, and they had to lay railroad track in this virtual world and connect point A to point B by laying the railroad tracks. And what we manipulated was whether or not the robot told dad jokes. So the robot either had a very bland communication and said, we have just completed round 5, of the experiment, and we have not successfully, laid the railroad track. Or it told a dad joke or a kind of self-deprecating kind of thing. And what we focused on was how did that change how the humans communicated with each other. And in the neutral robot situation, the thickness of the lines indicates the extent and nature of human-human communication between all pairs of individuals. In the neutral robot condition, you see what you see there. But in the vulnerable robot condition on the far right, you can see that we enhance human-human communication when we have the robot tell dad jokes. In addition, we found that people in groups with a robot making vulnerable statements converse substantially more with each other, distribute their conversations somewhat more equally, and perceive their groups more positively compared to control groups with a robot that either makes neutral statements or no statements at the end of each round. So shifts in robot speech have the power not only to affect how people interact with robots, but also how people interact with each other. And once again, this offers the prospect of modifying social interactions via the introduction of artificial agents into hybrid systems of humans and machines. Let me show you one little video clip. So these are 10 seconds. The first clip, the robot's going to make a neutral statement, and then right afterwards, in a different group, the robot's going to make a vulnerable statement. And look at the human response.
A mistake was made. We did not succeed during this round. Sorry, guys. I made a mistake this round.
Damn it!
We're the winners.
That one was hard. I was proud of it.
Robot. Like, you're not supposed to make the mistakes.
All we changed was whether the robot owned the mistake. In the first part, they said a mistake was made, like the Reagan statement. And in the latter thing, said I made a mistake. And that totally changed the conversational dynamics in this system of humans and machines. Again, simple artificial intelligence, okay? In another paper, we just, in another paper, experiment that was just published in a year ago, we developed a novel cyber-physical platform to test such social and indeed ethical aspects of the effects of artificial intelligence. Now here, consider the nature of collective action problems where the involvement of AI in human groups could paradoxically and unintentionally suppress existing beneficial social norms in humans, such as those that involve cooperation and altruism. So we evolved over thousands of years to live together. And we have all these norms of reciprocity and altruistic behavior. But now, when we add these AI agents, they might degrade our otherwise kind actions. In this experiment, it was a huge pain in the tush to do this, but what we did is we created a real diorama with little Raspberry Pi operated remote vehicles, and we connected it to the internet, so we had thousands of online subjects who could then remotely drive this car from their own home, and we had them play a game of chicken in real physical space. And sometimes we randomly assign their cars to have auto braking assistance, and sometimes we randomly assign their car to have auto steering assistance. And what we found was that simple form of artificial intelligence, we showed that auto braking assistance increased human altruism. In other words, they said, okay, we're going to take turns. We pay them according to how fast they get to the other side, so they're each incentivized to drive as fast as possible, but if they do that, they'll crash, and then they get nothing. So what they really should do is what we would all do, you would intuit, is I'll go first this time and get the bigger payoff, and then you go off the next time and you get the bigger payoff. Because we're human and we evolved to learn how to do this. But if you give them auto braking assistance, that makes it a little bit better because they have more time to reflect. They stop before they crash, and the guy says, okay, you go. Or you give them auto steering assistance, in which case they put pedal to the metal and say, well, the car is going to veer off. I don't have to worry about the other guy. And then what happens is they stop cooperating. They just use auto steering indefinitely. In fact, even when you turn off the auto steering, you've degraded their ethics chip. These robots have degraded the human ethics chip and now made these collisions much more likely. So we're continuing to build on this work to design and add simple bots to these and other situations involving social dilemmas and collective action problems. We're exploring coordination, cooperation, communication, creativity, navigation, sharing, and evacuation. And in my lab, we are not focused on super smart AI to replace human cognition. We are focused on dumb AI to supplement human interaction. And the agents can afford to be dumb because the humans are smart. What the agents are doing is they're like a social catalyst, right? They are lowering the activation energy to achieve an optimal solution, allowing the humans to do what they are able to do. And dumb AI can work because the humans are so smart. Now, of course, the reverse is also possible. Social AI can be used to harm groups of people, and that's the topic for another lecture, not today. And our approach has certain other advantages, too. First of all, our simple bots are intelligible and hence clearly illustrate broader powers and opportunities. And large language models and other locally learning agents, what we call Bayesian bots, will clearly be more powerful than the simple bots that I've already designed. We'll have more far-reaching effects, even though they're less interpretable. We will be less able to understand what these LLMs are doing in our midst. And the controlled bot experiments that we do provide an insight into how human behavior could beneficially change or lead to better group performance in natural bot-free environments. In other words, now that I've told you that a little noise is good, maybe the next time you're working in a group, you'll say, my goodness, I think that I've done everything I can to help this group, but maybe I'm the problem. Maybe if I just made a slightly different switch, the group would be better off, okay? So humans can understand, they can learn from the systems that we study. So this is the last slide, and actually 2 slides, but it's the last idea that I want to share, because I'd like to close with a metaphor. Consider these 2 objects. As we all learned in high school chemistry, they are both made of carbon. And on the left, you have graphite, which is soft and dark. And on the right, if you take the carbon atoms and connect them another way, you get diamond, which is hard and clear. And there are 2 key intellectual ideas here. First of all, these properties of softness and darkness and hardness and clearness do not inhere in the carbon atoms. They are properties of the collection of carbon atoms. And second, which properties you get depends on how you connect the carbon atoms to each other. Take the same carbon atoms and connect them one way, you get one set of properties. Connect them another way, you get a completely different set of properties. And it's the same with human groups. You can take a group of people and connect them one way, and they're innovative and creative and cooperative and healthy. Or you take the same people and connect them another way, and they have none of those properties. It's the ties between people that can make the whole greater than the sum of its parts. New properties, such as cooperation and violence, wealth and poverty, health and happiness, innovation and productivity, and even truth and falsehood, something afflicting our world today, can emerge and spread because of the connections, because of the ties between people, and not necessarily solely because of the people themselves. Our experience of the world depends on the structure and function of networks around us, near and far. And our species evolved for this to be the case. But what's happening now? This is the last slide. What's happening when we add AI into our midst? And so I'd like to extend this metaphor. On the left is a hexagonal layer of silicone, the classic kind of silicone you would put in a wafer. And some of you probably know this, but you can do something known as doping silicone. You can replace an occasional silicon atom with an aluminum atom. And when you do that, you change the electrical properties or the color of the whole system. Just a little bit of tiny doping with a tiny fraction of a different element completely changes the properties of that system. And analogously, many aspects of the performance of human groups will change as AI is added to our social networks. But despite that, it's important also to realize what does not change, which is the humans themselves and their intrinsic properties, making them amenable to such exogenous modification in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas, for a really insightful talk. We have some time for a few questions, so I see a few hands. Harvey, the best student in that group, may have to go first, but I wanted to make a brief comment before then, which is, I imagine this conference in 10 years' time, and we started off by talking about the benefit of interacting during the breaks and talking to each other, and would love to ask you, do you imagine the conference in 10 years' time, this event with robots among us to enhance creativity?
It could be. I mean, one of the things that we've been thinking about is adding robots to reduce the propensity of human beings to stampedes, like in sporting events or in Mecca. One of the if you could have a humanoid robot in the midst of this large group of people that was programmed to detect a stampede, okay, people are pressing against my body, and then act in a certain way to break up the stampeding tendency of human beings. So I can imagine, for entertainment value, humanoid robots that are among us, and that actually might work in a way to affect, how efficiently we queue for lunch or how beneficent our conversations are. Yes, I can.
Nicholas, thank you so much for covering such wide-ranging territory. I have a very simple question and a very large question. The simple question gets back to the very first example you showed. Why does 10% variation work better than perfect, no randomization at all? The big question is, what is your level of concern that the same tool that can enhance creativity, cooperation, coordination, if manipulated, could serve the perverse direction?
Okay, so the first question, what the analogy there was that those hills in a mountain, what happens is with no noise, they get stuck in a locally optimal solution. So that's why it's worse. You need to allow them to deviate from what appears to be a good solution, but is globally suboptimal. You can also think about this a little bit like by analogy to mutation. So a species that is incapable of mutation is a species that's doomed to go extinct because the environment will change, and that species can't evolve to cope with the environment. So it needs a little capacity for mutation, a species does. But you don't want too much mutation, right? That's also bad. Too much mutation, then you have, it's like teratogenic. You have like every generation are organisms that cannot survive. You want like a low level of mutation that can make the species on a time scale equivalent with the change of the environment cope with it. So that's what we showed there. Now, how much will depend. I'm not saying that 10% noise is optimal for every solution. It will depend on the particular problem. On the latter question, this is obviously a dual-use technology, like anything else. And we do know that it's being weaponized. We've had interest in our work by entities that are interested in, for example, in degrading the capacity of our enemies to cooperate. So absolutely, you can take the same kind of tools and invert them. And occasionally in our work, we stumble on things that are really toxic for groups, really degrade their creativity or their cooperation or whatever. So yes, like anything else, like nuclear power or cancer chemotherapy or anything else, it can absolutely be used for evil purposes. And by the way, many social media companies, they're optimizing for engagement, and inter alia, they might be causing problems, right? Because their objective function is how do I keep people on the website the longest, not necessarily how do I make them the happiest or the best off. Similar problem.
Thank you so much. Steve, I think you had a question?
Hi, Nicholas. Good to see you again. Steve Ash.
Oh, hey, Steve.
So I'm really inspired by the idea that we can emulate the robots and become nicer, perhaps. Because that's happened in a couple of the experiments that you talked about. And I'm thinking about the low-hanging fruit of having AI answer your inbox for you. Everybody here loves that idea. We know, of course, that it doesn't save time now, which is a big surprise, but it does make your responses more empathetic. The AI is better at making it empathetic than you are because it has infinite computer time to do so. So I wonder which of the two following possibilities might be more likely, and I've actually observed them both. One, we just decide that we don't have to be empathetic anymore, the robots can do it. That's kind of like the auto steer. Or it could be that we're inspired by the robots, that our real interactions are going to be more empathetic because we can see the robots can do it. Which do you think is going to happen?
So this debate is playing out, and I think it's going to be application specific or situation specific, and it's playing out now in the world I live in that's interested in this topic very broadly. A positive example, and then I have a slightly off-color example, which this is an adult audience. I think I can risk giving you that example. It's a real example. I didn't make it up. But the positive example is AlphaGo. So many of you, like me, probably watched the competition when AlphaGo was playing against Lee Sedol, the world champion, best out of 5 games. Lee is too cocky. I knew he was too cocky going in. He loses the first 3 games, so he's lost. And then he plays the 4th game, and he beats the machine. And I was weeping. I was so happy that Lee Sedol beat the machine. Like, for my species, he was carrying the flag. And then he loses the 5th game. Now, there's a lot happened in that famous match, but one of the things that happened is Lee Sedol reports that afterwards it improved his gameplay. He changed how he played. He learned from the machine. And a follow-up paper that looked at Go performance among Go, this was published in PNAS about 2 or 3 years ago, looked at Go performance in human championship matches. There's an inflection point where all the humans on the planet, now they're just playing against other humans. They're not playing against AlphaGo. Everyone is getting better. Like, humans got better at playing Go once AlphaGo was invented and introduced into our midst, okay? Now, you could say, well, maybe they just got bored of playing Go and everyone stopped playing Go. That would be a bad outcome. The debate that's raging that's apropos of your question is the issue of sex bots. So some people, we're going to have humanoid bots that have sex with human beings, I think, in the next 10 or 20 years, okay? And we already have romantic partners. So some people, for example, a less provocative example than like a physical agent is like a flirting bots that teach you to flirt. And there was a case recently where what they found was that they introduced these machines in order to make people less shy and better able to flirt. And what they found was that actually these humans preferred to flirt with a machine than with another human. It was just much more satisfying than actually having the real risk of actually in the awkwardness of a real person. So it had the opposite effect of what they wanted. The debate with us physical sex bots is the same. Like, will this make people better lovers, sweeter, kinder, or will they come to expect a kind of robotic obedience that is really not compatible with normal human sexuality? So people are really arguing about this, and eventually we'll know the answer. And I think it's going to be very situation specific. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I hope to know the answer to the second question.
Eric.
Hi, Nicholas. Eric Feigl-Ding. Long time
hi, Eric.
Your work in social networks. Your auto-steering ethics question research was actually really interesting. So I pulled up the paper. It says, auto-steering system completely inhibits the emergence of reciprocity between people in favor of self-interest maximization. And what you also said was the most interesting. The negative social repercussions persist even after the auto assistance is deactivated. So my basic question is, does Tesla FSD make us all assholes when we drive?
Yes.
Does it persist even after we turn off the FSD?
Yes, I think, I mean, I wouldn't phrase it quite that way, but yes, I think in principle that's right. I think something like that is quite possible. You'll get accustomed to let other people avoid me, and why should I make any efforts to drive in a cooperative and sensible manner on the road?
And how can Tesla fix this so that?
So the problem is that they can fix it, as I alluded to at the beginning, by making the car slightly less appealing for you to use. So it's a classic individual versus collective trade-off. These kinds of tragedy of the commons, famous tragedy of the commons, right? Each individual farmer wants to graze his cattle on the collective green, but when they do that, they get the benefit of grazing the cattle, but they contribute to the destruction of the commons. Everyone acting rationally and grazing their cattle on the commons leads to global warming, right? Each of us is, acting in our own selfish interest, and the commons collapses. So it's a classic tragedy of the commons dilemma, and I think therefore we're gonna need some, like all such breakdowns, tragedy of the commons problems, ultimately you need regulation, right? You need some kind of collective will, democratically expressed government intervention to stop that kind of collapse, because otherwise humans will just have runaway selfish behavior and will cause these problems.
Terrific. And for our last question, Christina.
Hi, Christina Mangurian, a fascinating talk. I'm wondering whether you found differences based on the subject's gender, specifically around cooperation and collaboration, and by, let's say, cultural background.
So it's not always the case that women are nicer than men, in case you haven't known this fact. So exactly, my wife tells me this all the time, so we haven't we have explored gender in some of our other work we've done in social networks, and also we have a whole strand of research in my lab on human chemosignaling, like the biology of human social interactions. I didn't discuss that at all today. The microbiome, volatile organic compounds. Basically, my lab studies human social interactions. Here today, I've just talked to you about our work on hybrid systems of humans and machines. So in other branches of the work, we have done a little bit of that work. Gender is very important in chemosignaling. Women have a different sense of smell than men, unsurprisingly. So, but in this we haven't. And the reason I have tended not to study these topics is that I am interested in what I would consider the deep fundamental reality of humanity and human beings. In other words, I'm interested in, if I was a diabetologist, I don't think the French pancreas is different than the American pancreas. The pancreas has a fundamental way that it works, and that's what we can study. And what I'm interested in is the deep fundamental reality of human social interactions that tend not to depend on gender or whether you're Saudi or American. In Saudi Arabia, it's not customary to have intersex friendships. Here, I have female friends, and that's normal. But in Saudi Arabia, it's really not so normal because of the cultural overlay. But that's a cultural overlay onto a deeper fundamental issue, which is the fundamental way that human beings interact with each other, regardless of their gender, their cultural background, and so on. And it's that deeper reality that my lab tends to be more interested in. So it's not that we think gender is unimportant. We do study it, but not in this branch of the laboratory's work. So I can't tell you if women respond differently than men to robots, but I suspect they do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Insightful talk. So next up, we have a segue to a perfect transition topic, which is a panel on bridging the gap, accelerating innovation through collaboration. So I'd like to Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll slowly welcome everyone back. Everyone, welcome back. And I am so excited about the discussions and conversations I've heard during the break. I think the first keynote speaker and the panelists really set us up for some just wonderful conversations. And as Dr. Jessica Mega challenged us to meet someone new, I had the honor of meeting many new people and having interesting conversations. And we have plenty of time during the lunch and next break as well to do that. So welcome, everyone. One of our team's challenges today is keeping everything on time because, as you know, we have a packed program, and so sometimes it's going to seem like I'm rushing you, but I appreciate everyone coming together. So it's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Erica Chung. After graduating from UC Berkeley, Erica worked as a laboratory associate at Theranos and showed extraordinary courage as one of the key whistleblowers who exposed the company's fraudulent claims about the accuracy of its technology. She has since maintained her commitment to ethics and integrity in her capacity as the co-founder and executive director of Ethics in Entrepreneurship, a nonprofit organization whose mission it is to foster ethical questioning, culture, and systems in startup ecosystems. I'm so pleased to welcome Erica today to share her insights on integrity and ethics in digital health. Welcome, Erica.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here on the Stanford campus. It's always an interesting experience to be back here and in front of all of you. Thank you, Eleni, for putting this on, and the whole team. Today, I kind of wanted to play off Dana's point that she talked about earlier, the panel of storytelling. So hopefully by sort of sharing a story and a case study with you guys, we can glean some insights on the importance of integrity in a lot of the work that you all do. And I kind of wanted to share a few case studies with you guys and see what your thoughts are looking at these 4 photos. Is there any sort of first thoughts that come to mind when you guys look at these? Any ideas? Any words? Frauds? Anything else that come to mind? Got media buy-in. So I think there's some interesting aspects of this. As many of you know, these are some of the biggest fraud scandals that have happened all across the world. But I think before they were frauds, they were multi-billion-dollar companies. They had leaders that everyone aspired to be like, and really they were heralded as some of the most innovative companies in their industries. So what kind of happens? Why do we see these deltas of collapses of companies that were really titans of the fields that they were in? What sort of happens to have these types of scenarios happen? They often have the best talent, they have the most money, and yet they end up in some of the biggest collapses. What's kind of going on here, and what are some insights? So as Eleni said, right now I'm the executive director of a nonprofit, but prior to that, my first job out of college, I worked as an entry-level lab associate at age 22, where I was then confronted with the need to whistleblow on one of the biggest corporate scandals in the US. So I was initially an anonymous whistleblower. I had reported to the regulators, CMS, in addition to the media. And then throughout a 10-year saga, had a very in-depth whistleblowing journey. And I wanted to share a snapshot with you guys of one of the moments that was supposed to be my moment of justice. It was during the federal trial where finally we were testifying and they came to the conclusion that Sunny Balwani and Elizabeth Holmes were charged with, in Elizabeth's case, wire fraud and Sunny's wire and patient fraud. And this was supposed to be the moment of retribution and justice. And it was supposed to be a day in a way where it was like, wow, the last decade that I've spent sort of involved with this case, we finally see the conclusion. But the sad reality for me, like so many other whistleblowers, this was probably one of my lowest points in life. This was probably one of the hardest experiences that I had ever gone through. And even though this was supposed to be celebratory, there was a bit of sadness where at the end of the day, all I wanted to do was to build medical devices, and somehow with that mission ended up in this crazy wild ride that I had never anticipated. And it wasn't, a case where this was particularly hard for me. I was kind of this kid that had this track record of being resilient and resourceful. I had been homeschooled at age 10 to help take care of my siblings. I had graduated high school with an associate's degree at age 17. I'd gone to Berkeley, a big competitor to this school, but I was a public school girl. And then I joined my first job out of college, which was supposed to be this like darling gem of the Silicon Valley. Had this big track record of just wanting to make a difference, but honestly, the litigation, the having FBI agents show up at the airport to kind of subpoena me for different things, and the real retaliation of a company who decided to spend over $150,000 to hire intelligence agencies and private investigators to follow myself and one of the other whistleblowers, Tyler Schultz, who was an alumni. It got to me. It got to me. I broke. And it was a really difficult journey having to go through all of that process through that. And it wasn't just me that was afflicted by this case. There were other employees that also had that, and also even the founder themselves, where one of the things that during the trial that sort of came out was when it came to us speaking up and dictating the truth of what happened at Theranos, even Holmes herself said she just imagined me to be a low-level, disgruntled employee, but she wished she had listened to Tyler and I, and she had treated us better. And in many ways, I wish that too. I wish it wasn't a reflection after the whole case, because it wasn't just me that was impacted. It was a ton of other former employees. As I said, Tyler Schultz, the other whistleblower in the case, ended up racking up about $300,000 in debt from all the litigation fees. You had so many people during the report of the trial that they would talk about how fearful they were, how scared they were, how this brought up so much of the intensity of working for the company. And sadly, you had Ian Gibbons, who, when he was involved in patent litigation, when he had to testify, he ended up taking his own life. So there were real consequences of this case for the employees. There were real consequences for the patients, of course. And so oftentimes we look at these cases, and one of the biggest people in communities that go voiceless are the people who are most directly impacted. So in the case of Theranos, it had decided to commercialize and start testing patients in about 2003 or 2013. From 2013 to 2016, they sold more than 1.5 million blood tests that yielded 7.8 million test results for about 175,940 Arizona consumers. During the federal trial, they decided to destroy the patient database, so there was no ability to do a retrospective analysis on who was afflicted. So you don't know if this is all the patients, you don't know if it's for some subset of the test, because there was no way to really do that analysis with the destruction of the database. The other people that were impacted is also the industry itself. As many of you know, point-of-care diagnostics is an exciting new innovation within the lab diagnostic space. But I found it funny 10 years down the line when I was on Twitter. Oh, the clicker's a little sensitive. There we go. Okay. And was on Twitter. And I was looking at this ad from another innovation here on the Stanford campus. And so with a tiny vial of blood, they're able to run a whole analysis of all sorts of different biomarkers. And can you imagine what the comments said? Not again, Theranos, better have George Shultz's grandson confirm this first. So this is a crazy outcome when you think about it. This is 10 years down the line, but there's still so much distrust for point-of-care diagnostics that it's really hard for new innovations to sort of carve out their own path within this space. In addition to that, you had a bit of a need. Sometimes you have much needed regulation that is generated from these cases, but sometimes you get knee-jerk regulation that also happens. So Theranos was really the catalyst for the FDA trying to create the VALID Act, which in certain ways is probably providing very good regulatory oversight for some of these new molecular diagnostics, but then also can be a big inhibitor into enabling people to innovate into that space. And so you see that there are just massive impacts with these scandals. It's not just the case that the organization and its reputation are damaged. Really, these create huge ripple effects that end up affecting the whole stakeholder ecosystem. And I think really what highlighted to me with this case was a lack of ethics hurts the overall ecosystem. It hurts the investors, where they become more risk adverse. It hurts the public and consumers, the industry as a whole, the employees, and everyone ends up getting impacted. So what can we learn from this cautionary tale? How can we prevent these types of scenarios from happening again, and where can people step in? So where did it go wrong? What happened? So there's the idea that maybe it was a product failure. The Edison devices just failed, and this is where the issue lied. And when I tell people what Theranos did, I always say Holmes promised everyone a flying magic carpet, and she designed a hoverboard. Ultimately, when she shipped the hoverboards, they exploded and caught on fire in people's homes. We were actively commercializing a device that wasn't vetted or validated, and it was producing horrible results that were highly inaccurate for things like cancer, for things like thyroid panels, all across the board. And so was it just the product failure? With a new product, would the company still arise? Or was it a bad actor hypothesis? I get those comments all the time when you have someone who might be sociopathic at the helm. Is it the case that the company is not going to succeed at all? And I think this sort of shines a light on when we look at things like dark triad traits. There are many of them that are beneficial to entrepreneurship. And we have to sort of pay attention. Are we celebrating the wrong types of leaders? Should we really recourse the way in which we think about who is on the cover of these major magazines versus others? And I find it interesting. I have a co-lead on a project where she identified people who have more guilt proneness are more likely to act ethically and in the benefit of an organization. But if you have someone on the dark triad spectrum that doesn't feel guilt and doesn't feel remorse, what does that mean in terms of their interplay with an organization? So these are things to kind of pay attention to. I think when we look at these bad actors too, know that they don't just operate out of greed, but they could operate out of power. They can operate out of fame. They can operate out of identity. So was this the core issue? Was it a bad actor? Or was it a bad organization? What was the organizational dynamics that sort of interplayed into the outcome of the collapse of this company? And I found it really valuable to read this book by Mary Ann Jennings called The 7 Signs of an Ethical Collapse. And what she did was basically look at a lot of these big corporate scandals and tried to synthesize down what were the predictive factors that seemed to lead to these collapses to happen. And really, it was a confluence of all of these different red flags that led to it. And when I read this book, it was so shocking because Theranos checked all the boxes. We got the Walgreens deal. We had a pressure to basically start testing on patients as soon as possible. There was a big culture of fear and silence. We had very young staff, people like me, who were in charge of way more than they should have been, and a bigger-than-life CEO. A weak board. We didn't have the board that was necessary to ask the critical questions around how do you commercialize a diagnostic. Lots of conflicts of interest, the CEO and the COO dating. Innovation like no other. And this one I find really interesting is we are so innovative that the rules and the principles of humanity, they don't apply to us. We are in a different paradigm. And I think for this crowd particularly, this is something that we have to pay attention to, that it's easy to sort of make that claim, that it's so game-changing, the laws just don't apply to us. And goodness in some areas, atoning for evil in others. We were in the most benevolent of industries, healthcare, and so that sort of granted the right of moral licensing to say, well, we're doing so much good, so we can overshadow that by what's going on behind closed doors. The last thing is the sort of systemic hypothesis. This was the height of the Silicon Valley. There were massive acquisitions happening, massive IPOs. You figure Instagram got bought by Facebook for $2 billion after only being 2 years in operation. And really the investor sentiment at this point was, I'm not scared of losing $10 million. I'm scared of not investing in the next Amazon and not 60x my investment. So this was sort of the ecosystem during that time. This was the environment that allowed Theranos to kind of thrive. And I think this is very reminiscent of kind of what we saw in the dot-com bubble in the 1990s. We saw an overvaluation of companies, abundance of venture capital, and generally this media sentiment of we need to get big fast. And I find it so interesting, during that time, Bird was celebrated because it was the unicorn company that reached unicorn status the fastest. It was like less than a year time. And now we come to find out that it's filing for bankruptcy. So maybe some of the metrics that we had during that time were not the appropriate metrics to say what is a successful company. So I'll leave it to you guys to kind of make your own assessment of what you think in the case of Theranos, of what it might be. A lot of people ask me, why did you do it? Why did you go through all of these pain and trials and tribulations? And it had to do with responsibility. That despite the fact that I was dealing with these tiny vial bloods, that I had no idea who these people were, at the end of the day, each of that could have been a grandmother who was scared about her cancer prognosis, or a mother who was trying to figure out what she was doing post-pregnancy, or an Olympic athlete who really just wanted that competitive edge in their career. And it was this anchor on responsibility that made it all worth it. And I do it 100% all again. Without a doubt, or any type of hesitancy. So a lot of people will say, hey, Erica, can you come in? You're a good example of integrity. And I always wondered when they would say that, like, what does that mean? And I looked up the first definition, and it's like the quality of being honest and having moral principles or moral uprightness. And I have to say, this definition always scares me, because just because I did one good thing one time doesn't mean that I will always will. And frankly, this is not what I was operating by any means. I think what I was operating by was more the second definition of integrity, of the state of being whole and undivided. And I can't help but remember, while I was working for the company, and why I decided to join the company was a statement by Holmes that she said, the reality within our healthcare system today is that when someone you care about gets really sick, by the time you find out, it's most often too late to do anything about it, and it's heartbreaking. And that is why I joined Theranos, is because I was on a mission to ensure that patients were able to get the diagnostics they needed to be able to address their sickness before it had worsened. And it was that misalignment between what we were saying and what we were doing that I just couldn't stand by. And so I kind of will pose this for you guys. You guys are interacting and talking. I could talk about the fact that you need more policies, or you need more regulation, or more processes, but I think so much that can be useful is going back to the Aristotelian idea of the telos. What is your fundamental purpose as a professional? And I think digital healthcare is at a unique juncture where we're not only business professionals, we're not only engineers, but we are also healthcare professionals. And what is that unique identity that we have as digital healthcare professionals of why do all this? Why be here? What is the purpose? What are the standards we want to hold ourselves as individuals in order to contribute to this field? Is it to create value that benefits the organization and society? Is it to innovate and design new solutions? Or is it to promote and restore and protect the health and well-being of individuals and communities? Where do we kind of lie in this identity as a professional community? And with that, I will close with my favorite management quote, and that is by Peter Drucker: the best way to predict the future is to create it. And I look forward to your guys' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. I'm sure there are questions in the audience as well. And so any questions from Erica? Yes. Ron.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I'm just thinking back to what's been written about, the Theranos saga, and it seems like so many of the customers were duped as well, and it seems like it was partially driven by the brand that she had carried with her, the endorsements from other people who were also very, had strong brands, and in many ways, it's still an issue now as we're looking at vendors, the companies to partner with. Like, so much of it is just relying on the brand of the partner, because it's difficult to do kind of more of a first principles driven analysis. So I'm just curious, like, what advice would you give to folks who maybe we're not necessarily trying to avoid the next Theranos, but just simply we just want to partner with a good person or a good company, and we want to separate the brand from what's there. Like, what are some tools you think we can use for that?
I think the most effective way is you have to pay attention to what people are doing versus what they are saying. Because what their marketing material, what their values, everything can be very, very different than what they're actually doing. And so any investigative tool that you can do to measure what people's behavior are, and especially over time, is really useful. So things like you're saying, like contacting former employees to see what is their sentiment and what did they actually feel was being done in the company over time. What were the relationships with the suppliers and vendors, and what was their experience in terms of working with that organization? There are lots of ways that you can see trails of what people are actually doing that I think are really important. And even in the Theranos case of like, well, where were the peer-reviewed studies? Where were the validation reports? Where were all of these other real concrete evidence of what people were doing? And I think it's just trying to reframe things from that perspective of you should trust people. You should still celebrate what people are doing, but especially when it comes to more in-depth partnerships, it's really focused on like what is their track record for what they're actually acting on.
Thank you, Erica. We have a question from Rita Redberg.
Okay, thank you. I'm a UCSF cardiologist, and I study the evidence base for new technologies. And first, I will just thank you. You were clearly very brave, and you ended up saving a lot of people, though not in the way you thought when you joined the company. I'm sorry. But for the future, are there systemic kind of changes we could make in FDA, other regulatory bodies that would avoid this? Because I suspect Theranos was not a one-off, and this kind of model could happen for all of the reasons you just outlined.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of systemic changes that can happen, right? I think at the VC side of more due diligence and maybe better channels to allow for VCs to report to people like the SEC. Like, I think there was inklings that something was wrong with this investment, and there are reporting channels that they can be able to illuminate the fact that things are not quite right and maybe need to be investigated at the SEC level, but no one had really committed that act. So there's maybe some education and awareness building that is an option for investors to be able to report and have regulatory involvement. Not all of them are going to want to do that for a variety of different reasons, but I think that's one. The other is, it is hard for these regulators to step in. CMS had gotten some warnings in order to investigate what was happening at Theranos, but they're severely underfunded at the state level. So it's not like we don't have good programs and procedures to evaluate what the validity of these companies are, but it's that auditing and that ability to conduct the investigation that's a little bit hard. So seeing more funding maybe happen in those territories. And I just think it's generally a good a scenario where just better questions, right? Just asking better questions, having, again, a community of trust, but at the same time, that sort of technical excellence to say, let's dig into the details here and see what's actually going on. And it's hard, I think, the systemic portion of when things are good, it's really hard to be the person to say something's not right here. And that's sort of a human nature thing that we have to combat, to realize even in the best of times, that can overshadow some of these sort of more negative scenarios. And I think that at the systemic level, really paying attention to that. It's very hard to be a naysayer when everyone's making a lot of money. Yeah.
Erica, thank you. And again, to echo our thanks from everyone, including the patients that you help. We have one final question, and then, yeah.
Thanks, Lenny. Congratulations for a great symposium, and thank you for your bravery and what you did. My question is, you said it was a very dark hour for you, the day you should have been victorious and celebrating it. Where did, in this whole scenario, where all did you get the strength from? Were they fellow colleagues which did bond with you? Were they fellow board members, or were they board members who came? Were there other companies? In this very unfortunate story, who were the other heroes besides the ones that you showed here, the ones that did not get mentioned?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
So I would give credit to the medical director. The medical director was one of the first people that came forward, but had decided to remain anonymous for a long time, so he wasn't very articulated, so he did have some insight there. There were lots of people in the early days, like the general counsel, who tried to even get her removed as CEO like 10 years prior, and she was very retaliatory. She fired him, went after him, tried to blacklist him from all sorts of law firms, but he still sort of stood up. So there were lots of people throughout the journey that unfortunately go unrecognized because they lost their jobs or they were forced to stay silent. So I think that's good. Also for the Wall Street Journal report, there was a small group of us, about 6 to 8. I think a lot of people don't know of the opportunities to report to regulators. And so there weren't very many people who had gone that route because I don't think people know that's an option. So there was different people who had spoken up but got suppressed throughout the way. And then, you know, I work with lots of whistleblowers now. I do a lot of advocacy, family support, mutual support from friends. Maybe people are not going to be able to report, and it is a big barrier for people to go to that arena, but to support other people who go through it. That piece of advice, that introduction to a lawyer, that ability to just say, hey, you look a little scared right now, I'm just gonna take you out for dinner. Like those little soft things go a very long way. And that was both with people I worked with in the company and both externals to the company, and I'm still very grateful for that. Yeah, and I think the identity why I brought up the telos is when I talk to whistleblowers, so much of the adversity doesn't matter. It's the principle that matters, and they can't help. It's like they can't help the misalignment. So it's surprising how far that carries people to say, this is just wrong and something needs to be done about it. And despite all of the trials, they're able to push forward. And this, I've had the privilege of working with so many people who've done this in so many different industries. And it's something about their identity and the identity to the missions that they're a part of. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you so much. So it's an honor to move and introduce our second panel of this morning. And so for this second panel, Thank you so much, President Levin, Professor Fei-Fei Li, and Yuan Ashley. And next, Fatima Rodriguez, our Associate Director for the Center for Digital Health, will introduce our next keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see everyone's still very attentive just how engaging this session was. So thank you. Now we're on for our keynote presentation. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce one of my personal mentors and heroes from afar, Dr. Kirsten Bibbins-Domingo. It's really a privilege to introduce her. She is the Lee Goldman Professor of Medicine, Epidemiology, and Biostatistics at the University of California, San Francisco, and previously served as the chair of the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics. Her research has really focused on all areas around cost effectiveness, the value of preventive therapy, reducing health disparities, and as such, she co-founded a center at UCSF, the Center for Vulnerable Populations at Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital. But that is actually not her day job. Her day job is that she is the editor-in-chief of JAMA, which everybody knows is one of our largest and most important medical journals for publishing. And today, her keynote would really focus on a very timely topic, is how do we think about AI as a tool, and what are the challenges of AI in medical publishing? So thank you so much, and looking forward to your presentations, Dr. Bibbins-Domingo.
It's a thrill to be here. It's been such an invigorating morning, and so many points of inspiration and I think connection across a variety of different disciplines and different topics related to digital health. It's not surprising that Eleni Linos is put together this conference. I know Eleni from UCSF. And so I really am pleased to see her fingerprints on all aspects of this particular gathering, and pleased to participate as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about AI and publishing. I'm going to introduce our journals first, and just so that you know where my perspective. I will say that I'm a professor at UCSF, as was said. Until 2 years ago, I had never done anything with editing. I was an author and a reader of journals, knew nothing about journals. And so part of my goal in doing these talks when I go to academic audiences is to think together with you about how the whole process of publication and journal work, which is really part of the biomedical enterprise, but oftentimes a part that people in academia don't know as much about, how we can think about this a little bit more together. So that's where I hope we're going to get to today. So just so that you know, JAMA is an old journal. I recently came back from the UK and they reminded me they have much older journals, but we are an old American journal, more than 140 years old, consistently one of the top 5 journals in science and medicine in the world, and the most widely circulated general medicine journal in the world, and the flagship journal of the 13 journals of the JAMA network. So when I decided to leave, or to take a leave of absence from UCSF to take on this job, it was because I was really interested in how, during a time when there's an explosion of outstanding science that affects health, how do we make sure that that is communicated effectively, that the highest quality science, we're maintaining that high standard, but it's communicated effectively to all the audiences that need to understand where scientific innovation is happening. That's our clinical audience. So a main part of JAMA's audience is really that clinical practitioner audience. Health system leaders, health policy leaders, people who are thinking about these perspectives from different national contexts. And to think about that as an author and a reader, and then to start with an extraordinary communications platform at a time when there's so much science that can improve health was really an intriguing opportunity, and one that I've really relished over the last 2 years. So JAMA is one of 13 journals. We have 11 subspecialty journals. Each of these journals are led by their own academic editors-in-chief. Each of these journals together are amongst the top journals in their respective fields. It's a family of journals that's not too big and not too small, meaning that we have the benefit of all of this breadth of expertise, but also we work together and are thinking more and more together about how we not only have a broad reach, but also a narrow reach to the people who actually need to hear and understand a new innovation. And we have a fabulous general open access journal. JAMA publishes about 200 articles, JAMA Network Open about 2,000. And so this gives us a breadth to think about all of the many ways, different science at different phases we can publish so that it reaches its intended audience. We have a long history in AI, at least from the clinical standpoint. And so this is a seminal work from 2016 on a deep learning algorithm for diabetic retinopathy. And I think both the fact that this was published in JAMA, the way that this was published, really signaled how our journals have been thinking about digital technologies, about AI in particular, and how we have approached what we want to do in this era where the innovation is really rapidly advancing. And so last month, or earlier this month, we launched a new product, JAMA Plus AI. And JAMA Plus AI really is a signal that our network of journals is really very interested in AI as something that is transforming medicine, is transforming how we conduct science. And it is not another journal. We decided not to do another journal precisely because all of our journals have had a focus on AI. It is the window into the JAMA Network content related to AI, which is all at the intersection of clinical practice. It has its own features and own new content that includes author interviews, includes explainers, includes thinking about this from the broad perspective of the audience that we are hoping to reach by publishing this type of work. It has a strong editorial layer to it that is a feature. It's not just a passive feed of all of our content because we want it to be interesting for our readers, people who read us. We also want it to be a destination point for authors. So this one thing that is true in this field is that there are many authors who are thinking about innovation but may not be familiar with the clinical journals and how to publish in the clinical journals. So a part of this is really being the point of entry for authors who might be thinking about our journals to figure out how they might, whether their work is compatible with the journal's priorities and things like that. So we're excited about this. It also forces our journals to work together, to think with a little bit more deliberation about how our way of publishing keeps pace with the innovation that's happening in the field. Roy Perlis is a psychiatrist at MGH, and he is the editor-in-chief. He works closely with the editors-in-chief in AI in each of the journals, and each of the journals have named editors for AI, and he is in charge of corralling a lot of that together, and then thinking about the interpretive content that sits on top of this as we publish. So I loved this discussion here earlier because journals, in addition to just waiting until you send us your great work, also have a lot of convening power. And we've realized this, and we've started these JAMA summits as a way of bringing together thought leaders in a particular area to have closed-door, cross-sector conversations so that we can understand where a field is going, where the tensions are, how can we make sure that in this environment, in the next year or 2 or 3, we're seeing the best for what is happening with the new technology in terms of its impact on health, and we have the opportunity to minimize where there might be problem areas. And so this is a summit that we just held 2 weeks ago in Chicago. Many of you will recognize Nigam Shah, of course. Sumbul Desai, who you heard from earlier, was one of our speakers. And really, I think it's the engaging cross-sector, closed-door conversation that is important, and we will be issuing a call for papers on some of the themes that came out of this summit that I hope many of you will contribute to as well. One of the things that came out of this summit was really how do you know you can trust a new technology? How does JAMA keep pace with publication practices for papers that are coming in? We want to know what study designs are going to tell us that an algorithm works. Do we need randomized evidence the way we have historically required in clinical practice? And how do we make sure that a requirement for randomized evidence keeps pace with the idea of the pace of the innovation as well? When can we use observational designs? When is that sufficient? And what types of designs give us the best evidence for the types of causal interpretations that we really think are important for clinical practice? We spent a lot of time discussing that. I think as important as that internal validity that comes from thinking about the designs that journals should be looking at when thinking about the standards of evidence is also the external validity. And in this, I think one of the most interesting parts of the discussion during the summit for me was what is true about this new technology is that its power is when it is embedded in the ways in which people work, the way in which practice actually happens. That means that many of these studies are not going to be in these highly controlled environments the way randomized trials have historically been done. It's going to mean we're going to see evidence that comes from centers that have really embedded technology there, who really understand it, hopefully have randomized. But we're going to ask, does this environment generalize to other environments? And that is a different way of thinking about how journals think about what they will publish and what it means to publish something from a single center that has thought deeply about the technology embedded in that center for its generalizability to other centers. So how we understand what we trust from the perspective of a journal is one of the areas that we're quite interested in. That's I want to talk about that issue, but I want to talk now at a little bit of a higher level about the issues of trust in general for medical publishing. Medical publishing is a part of this biomedical enterprise that always relies on trust, right? So you trust I trust you when you send something to me. Readers trust when we publish it. They trust a finding more because it is published in JAMA. And there's a lot in this biomedical enterprise which relies on this currency of trust. And I want to talk with you about 3 trends that are happening right now that I think threaten a little bit the whole trust in this ecosystem. And I want to think together about how we might make sure we keep our eyes on this, because it's a currency that we all rely on in all of the work that we do. The first is that there are a lot of headlines like this right now. There's a flood of fake science forcing multiple journal closures. This is a headline in the Wall Street Journal. And so that means a lot of people are reading about the fact that scientists cannot be trusted. All of these journals have shut down. They've shut down probably because there's a rise of paper mills, there have been more retractions now than there ever have been in medical publishing. And we know we're going to look at this and say, this is not from Stanford, of course. This is not JAMA. This is not us. But when things like this make it to the headlines of the Wall Street Journal, it does affect us, right? Because this is saying science can't be trusted, journals can't be trusted, and we have to think about that. Now, you can say, okay, the paper mills is not us. These are not those journals. But we also have headlines like this. So this is from Dana-Farber, and this is the Boston Globe saying, how does bad data slip through? What's happening with the peer review process? How do we think about research fraud? And so what I would argue to you is that even though we all are not part of this problem, the perception that we cannot be trusted as a community is our problem. And there's a lot of evidence. Someone said this earlier, that there's a rise in mistrust of experts, a rise in mistrust of science. There are many who have politicized this mistrust in ways for their own advantage. But I would argue that we all have to pay attention to this. And we all have to pay attention collectively about how we, in our respective fields, work to not feed this environment of mistrust. Because the mistrust in science does affect the political environment, it affects the funding environment, it affects all of those environments where we all work and practice, and ultimately is important, I think, to the high functioning of the biomedical enterprise. The second trend I want to talk about is about accessible science. So one of the ways in which we as a scientific community have really tried to promote transparency, have tried to promote trust, is to make science more open. So there has been a strong open science movement, a strong open access movement in publishing that really says we don't want things to sit behind a paywall, to sit behind this closed door. We really want to make it open and accessible. That helps with rigor, reproducibility, transparency. It also helps with translation of scientific findings for those who need to read them to improve health. We at JAMA have believed strongly in the accessibility of science. As I said, we have 2 open access journals. We have open access options in all of our journals. And we took a position soon after I became editor-in-chief that we would make all of the research at JAMA that's published in JAMA and the JAMA network publicly accessible. That means even without paying any fees, an author can deposit their work in a public repository on the day that it is published. This is often called a green open access model. It's very similar to what the NIH announced as its policy as a draft in February of 2023. We published an editorial when we made this policy shift that basically spoke to the equity issues that exist right now in publishing. Because the manifestation of open science that we have right now relies on open access publishing, so the pay-per-publish paper model, this has created some accessibility issues. It means that we have emphasized equitable access to read publications, but when fees are high, they may create barriers to people publishing science, right? That might mean that people who are earlier in their careers, people who are from less well-funded disciplines, less well-resourced institutions, may not be able to actually have their papers published in the same types of open access models that currently exist. We also said that we, as a biomedical community, need to pay for the things that we value. I think this is particularly true for medical publishing. There is much that is about the publication process that does require the resources to think about translating science for the broad audience that we hope to reach. And that the models that we have right now, while all have their positive and their negative features, they all fall victim because there are no perfect models. And we somehow have to think collectively about how do we pay for the things that we value in the publication process, in the dissemination process, and recognize when some things are not going as well as they might like. So here's what's true about scientific publication right now. We've seen an explosion of numbers of scientific publication. And some of this coincides with the adoption of open access models where publishers are paid per publication. And so that sort of incentivizes and feeds, since academic institutions like to incentivize professors per publication, right? So you see a rise in the number of publications. This is not necessarily bad, but this is a true fact that we've seen this, and it's coincided with the rise of open access. We also have seen a rise of very large journals that are publishing large quantities of science. This is from John Ioannidis here at Stanford talking about the rise of mega journals. And he, I think, has written a really nice and I think a very balanced piece. He basically argues that there is not an inherent problem with very large journals. In some ways, they can set the pace of the field that is open access publishing. He lists the journals that have the largest number of publications here. There are many outstanding journals that I have published in, that I recommend others published in. I know we have the editor-in-chief of PLOS Medicine here, an outstanding open access journal. So this is not an indictment of open access. We ourselves have them. But there are also many in these large publication journals that have now been delisted for predatory practices. And so there is something about the size and the pace of publication that's happening right now that is distorting this field a little bit. And this is something to be mindful of. When you think of all of your junior folks who are worried about being asked to peer review, they are oftentimes not being asked to peer review by the places you want them to publish. They are being asked to peer review by a whole set of journals that are cropping up all the time that are looking for peer reviewers, right? So this is part of the enterprise that we also have to be mindful of as well. Two editors have written about this. This is the former editor-in-chief of the British Medical Journal, who argues that the insatiable pursuit of two currencies in science publishing, money and publications, have corrupted science, and it's time for a major rethink. This is from earlier this year. And in this blog post, he says, there's a saying in English, and perhaps in Italian, that misconduct is usually the result of either money or sex. But in science, it's money or publications. And he quotes then the editor-in-chief of Lancet talking about this as well. So these are journal editors talking about this issue. We are all in the midst of this. Nobody likes the paywalls. Open access has at its core a very laudable goal, but the distortion of the way in which it is currently exists, I think, is something we also have to be mindful of as a biomedical enterprise. The last trend I want to talk about is, of course, artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, I think, will be a real boon for publications and for medical journals. It will help those who are new to manuscript writing. It will help with accessibility for those who are not native English speakers who are writing their first publication, because all of those things will be easier with the types of technologies we have now. It will help to make our content more accessible. So we publish in English, but we want to reach an audience that does not necessarily speak English as a first language, or may not necessarily speak the technical language of science as its first language. And being able to adapt what we publish to this broad audience is, in fact, one of the boons of AI in publishing. And it will help us to find content. So even I have problems finding content across the JAMA network, which is a challenge. And being able to have tools that think more about how content connects so that we're able to publish it with that connection in mind is, in fact, one of the important opportunities we have with applying this technology in the publication process. We have embraced the use of AI as authors might use it in their work, either in the conduct of science or preparing their manuscript. But we've also tried to give guidance. So ChatGPT, November 2022, we published this in January 2023, basically saying that while ChatGPT or any large language model can be used in preparing your manuscript, only humans can be authors. Only humans can sign the integrity forms. When we had published this, ChatGPT had already been indexed in PubMed as an author. So this was not for the faint of heart. This is actually happening. And so these statements, and then reinforced by the International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, that humans actually attest to the integrity of what's published, even when they're using other tools, I think is really important. We still have published many other types of guidance for authors, and we try to keep pace with this, but it is a rapidly advancing field, of course. We all know examples like this that come up on all sorts of platforms now. This is an introduction. Certainly, here's a possible introduction to your topic, this is an example, of course, of failure of authorship and failure of editorship in terms of being able to edit well the introduction to this medical journal. Again, this is allowed, but you have to tell us how you're using any of the tools when you're preparing your manuscript. There are many people who have published on how much they think large language models are being used, how much they've infiltrated the scientific literature. I don't know that you can really trust these estimates. My colleagues who know this technology says you can't really trust it. But I think it's fair to say we all know that we are either using them ourselves or our colleagues are using them, and it is something that will be helpful to many. And so that's not itself a problem. What we worry about a lot, though, is, of course, the improper use of these. They're not very good at least right now, in terms as search engines. And so the hallucinations of citations are things that we worry about. We have a lot of tools to detect these. This is the difference between 3 and 4 of ChatGPT, and you can see hallucinations common in both. This was published in JAMA Ophthalmology. We have a lot of tools, as I said, to detect this, but whether all journals have the types of tools to detect this, I think, is a legitimate question. We also worry a little bit about the use in peer review, because peer review is that thing that we do as service to our community that we are not compensated for. It makes sense that we might use tools to make it a little bit easier for us to do this. It also makes sense that some who are probably earlier in their career, less familiar with what I really want as an editor in a peer review, might think that they need to use this for lots of aspects of peer review that I don't actually ask reviewers for. This is from Nature, showing that, estimating that for this meeting, about 17% of the peer reviews had used a large language model. There's nothing wrong with this. Again, we ask you to tell us when you're doing peer review whether you've used these language models. I think the challenge is that if people are putting information into an open model, that is a violation of confidentiality. And again, we worry, again, not about the use, but about the improper use in a way that challenges how we really have set up systems to keep a confidential submission to a journal confidential. So we worry about the improper use of large language models. We worry about the evolving verification and attribution of derivative content. We worry about this quite a bit. We don't need AI to have fraud, as you well know. I think when you talk to medical editors or talk to any types of editors, one of the ways in which they worry about fraud with AI is just the wholesale creation of data. And I think that is an area that the tools for detection are probably not on par with somebody who is out to really produce fraudulent data and submit based on that. And we also worry about fraud at scale. I think that's one thing that this technology will do and can do, is to overwhelm us with bad information at scale. And I think about this from the perspective of the whole network, if that were to happen. So I want to talk about these 3 trends. I don't want these to be doom and gloom, because In general, as I said, we are enthusiastic about the new technology. We're enthusiastic about publishing and translating publications of outstanding science to the broad range of audience that does need to hear and understand where the field of medicine, of public health is going because of these new technologies. But I do want us to talk together and think together about these three trends, because these three trends are in fact ones that are present. They will make it challenging as we think about the acceptance of new technologies. And I think they're ones that we have to think of together. These are not something that journals alone can solve. They do need all of us who are part of this biomedical enterprise to think together about. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bibbins-Domingo. Do we have some questions? Who would like to ask the first one? Please go ahead.
Kirsten, thanks so much. That was a terrific talk. I'm Mintu Tarakia. I was a previous associate editor with JAMA Cardiology. It's just amazing to see what you've done with the journal, so congrats.
Thank you.
There's one area that you didn't talk about with AI, which is peer review.
Yeah.
And so I want to ask you about that. So this is sort of the last bastion of human effort that we have kind of in the entire medical and scientific enterprise. And you did point out that the volume of reviewer requests, some of these large journals distracting our junior faculty, all of that exists, time to decision, all those things.
Yeah.
Where do you see the use of AI, if at all, in peer review? And how will we measure its success or lack of?
Yeah, it's really funny because our first foray, if you look at our first guidance, is that sort of defensive posture. It's like, okay, we know you're going to try to use this technology. Let's tell you how to do this. And many of you know Atul Butte, who's one of my colleagues at UCSF. And Atul is on our board at JAMA. And he says, you need to think differently about this. And so he said, you know, there is so much that you ask reviewers to extract in a peer review that a large language model could do just as well. So when I ask you to review, suppose I now, it's already gone through a pre-screen through a model that says, yes, here's how much missing data there is, here's where it was unblinded, here's the study type, here's the analytic framework, here's whatever. And then we're asking you not to tell us those things that a tool can pull out from a manuscript, but we're asking you, what's important about this for your field? Is this going to change practice? Is the types of bias that is inherent in this study, and every study has its biases, are those that make you skeptical of the finding? That's what I really want a human to tell me who's an expert in the field. That doesn't mean 2 pages of fluffy nonsense, right? Which is oftentimes what generated peer reviews look like. I want you to give me like 4 great bullet points that answer those questions because I've already generated this. We're not there yet, but that's what I can imagine. I also worry about authors. Authors don't want to know. They don't want a computer making a decision for their paper. They want, and I know whatever we use as assistive devices for our process, it will still be humans who make decisions, and we will take responsibility for those. But I do think we can probably streamline reviews, and I would love to, if you have other ideas of how we could do that, I would love to know that as well.
Terrific. We have time for one more question.
Oh. Yeah.
Hi, Sun Kim at Stanford. As faculty, we get asked to review many articles, grants, etc. What do you see as a responsibility of faculty members as it comes to reviewing?
Yeah, well, okay, I will tell you this. I give a lot of talks. I go oftentimes with junior people, and I will say, how many papers did you review in this last month? How many papers? And I routinely from early career folks say, you know, I only review like 4 or 5 times a month. And I'm like, oh my God, do not do that. That's terrible. That is too much. That is too much. And what I worry about early career folks is they don't know how to review well, so they're not efficient at doing it. They don't know what they should say yes to, they don't say no to. And that is, to me, not a good use of the process. And what I worry about as a journal is that I want to help create capacity and educate folks how to do a good peer review. I want people to hopefully be well mentored, so to create the opportunity, if I've asked a senior person to review with a more junior person so that they can learn how to peer review well. I want people to say no. Peer reviewers who are good peer reviewers and are loyal peer reviewers, they have the benefit of helping to shape a field. That's what, to me, when I listen to my loyal peer reviewers, that's why they do it. They know when I call them for a late breaker for a big cardiology meeting, they know they're going to shape that paper that's going to be on the podium. And that is what they like about the process. Oftentimes our peer reviewers, the best ones, will write the editorial. They're helping to shape where the field is. That's the type of thing that I think that's the best of peer review. And what I worry about in our process now, and the whole sort of deluge that faculty feel for peer review, is that that is missing, and that's not a good thing. And I think we have to all acknowledge that. I hear about it as an editor because people say, you should pay peer reviewers. And I can't possibly pay you enough for you to give me a good peer review. I can't possibly. It's just not possible. You have to feel like I have to value you, and I think we have to figure out ways to value peer reviewers, and we're trying to do many of those things. But part of that is because I think the whole enterprise is a little out of kilter right now, and that is part of the drain on individual peer reviewers. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you for mentoring and supporting so many of us in the room through your leadership at JAMA, but also in your academic role. So thank you for being here. Next, it's a pleasure to